Hello. Wee woo, wee woo. Oh god, that's me. Right, there we go. I was like, what was that? It was me. Hello Ellie, how's it going? We're starting off with crap mic today. Because I wanted to have good mic later. Oh. I also forgot that I need to do some more prep work before we can actually put any skirt together. Oopsie. It could be worse. Well, that's good. So, first off, I need to zigzag everything because I need to make sure the edges don't fray. And to do that, I could overlock, which would be quicker and easier, but not historically accurate in the slightest. So I'm going to zigzag. I need to make sure that it's going to fit though. Let me just do some, because I know roughly how far apart my stitches are, so we can try and make the zigzag fit that. Overlocky your beloved. Yeah, unfortunately not very conducive to historical garments. I mean, obviously I'm using a machine, which also isn't very historically accurate, but if I zigzag, that could have been done by hand, you know? Hello Ellett, how's it going? Yeah, okay. That will be alright. That's, you guys might not be able to see this, hopefully you can. That's gonna be good enough, although I might make stitch length longer, otherwise we're going to be of 10,000 years. It's very quiet. That's because I haven't got my good mic on yet. I thought I'll start with it off. That's probably too thick. I think we want somewhere in between. Maybe like a 3. Normally I'm on, that's 2.5, the small one. That's a 5. So I think we probably want somewhere in between. So it doesn't take forever. Maybe like 3.5. But it's also not gonna be like unraveling. That's pretty decent. That feels quite good. 3.5. Is that going to be too wide though? I might need to, because if you make it longer with a zigzag, then it also gets wider for some reason. I don't think it's supposed to really, but it does, so you know. How's it going, Stephen? Thank you for the watch streak. Yeah, I'm gonna make it a little bit. I can't make it thinner, never mind. Well, we're going with this. If it goes over, it goes over, I guess. Right. I've got a few of these to do, sorry. I should have done them before, but I didn't, so here we are. It's very awkward because I can hear like my neighbours, and I think my mum talking to my neighbours outside the window, and they can probably hear me, but I've got to speak quite loudly or you guys won't hear me. Why is this suddenly... That's straight. Why is it suddenly going straight? Well, it wasn't going straight on the blooming practice, was it? Where's my bin gone? Bin. You okay there? I've freaked it out a little bit, I think. Oh. Then 3.5 seems I need to give it a little bit more. This is very confusing. I don't usually do zigzag. I'm not used to it. How's you guys' view over there? I tried to make it alright, but it's not in the ideal place because it has to be really close to the wall because of the plug. Oh, man. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. I think that's a good amount. Right, take two, take two. I do enjoy that little bin of grot. Think it's good? That's very sure of you. Whoa. Careful there. Got kind of caught in the feed dogs for a second there. I think maybe it was a bit of thread stuff. Fraying, you know. I need to sit a bit close, it's going to hurt my back. It's a bit unfortunate with where the pedal is. It shouldn't take too long to do, it's just a bit annoying. How does this work with like this? We're turning round. Okay. One side of one piece done. Is it normally like into the stream that I then switch on to that I take out the good mic? Because that's how long it, because then the inverse of that is how long I'll keep it charged and then I can have the good mic in. Not entirely sure how long it normally is. this is to stop it all from fraying. Well, that's the hope anyway. But if it frays, it will only go so far anyway. I do want to get into cosplay at some point. Hello, Tim. Your 6-year mod anniversary. Not sure how much modding you've done in those 6 years, but welcome on in. I can't believe it's been 6 years either. Wow. Piece one zigzagged, so this should stop any fraying going past a certain point. So it is good. I mean, I could have French seamed it. Oh, I was going to French seam everything and I forgot. Instead of zigzagging. They are going to be quite thick seams if I French seam this, so this is probably better. So yeah, with zigzag it does means if it frays too much it's not really going to go past this point, it's just keeps it kind of in. So that's piece one. Oh, now on to the next. How you doing, Tim? Oh, I made my mum a Twitch account just earlier, so she might pop in at some point. I'm going to do it this way, actually. Easy to see. Even though mod-anniversaries were a thing, to be honest. Sleepy? I feel that. How am I? I'm decent. Last night I kept getting cramp in my foot, which wasn't pleasant. And this morning as well, also kept getting cramp in my foot. But apart from that, it seems to have stopped now, so... I'm a bit better than I was. I bloody hate cramp. Big Hairy GM13. What a name. Hello, welcome in. Wait, does it not say first chatter on mobile? I guess not. I don't think you've been here before, right? thing where like you zone out and then your vision goes a bit funky. If I'm a day cat, is there a night cat? You don't want to know how many times I've heard that joke. You haven't been in for, well, welcome on in. I hope you enjoy your time. You have found a guy cat? Really? Tell you what, if I ever make a second channel, like a 24/7 channel, not that I necessarily agree with them, I'll call it Night Cat. How about that? No, usually I do gaming, so this is not... We do sometimes do some sewing or crafting, but it's not that often actually. This one's a bit of a small one. Right, there we go. Bit of a tricky turn, that one. I still need to edit my blimmin' commands to have update the YouTube command so it doesn't say on the way, videos on the way, and actually has the most recent video. I also need to do a settings command for the Stardew randomizer as well. It's not great, but it's fine. It's fine. Right. Just went a little bit far. I live in fear when using this machine that it's going to run out of thread at any point, my bobbin thread, because it doesn't tell me when it does. It's very annoying. Right. Piece number 2 done. Only a bajillion to go. But then we can start the actual instructions. And I mean, this is it. This is the entirety of the instructions. And I've done all this first section anyway. So there's not that much. Side, front. Keep it together so I know which bit's which. If I have to unpick any of this, it's going to be a right pain, so let's hope I don't. Okay, side front done. Kind of. You thought that was a skirt? That would be tiny, but also fair enough. No, that wouldn't go around my waist. I'm not that slim. Next, we've got 2 more sections to do. 3 more sections, I tell a lie. Which means 5 more pieces to zigzag. Sorry I didn't do this before stream. I forgot that I would need to. I should have done it last night instead of playing games. There we are. That's life. C'est la vie, as they say. To quote Bewitched from the 90s. Say you will, say you won't, say you'll do what I don't, say you da 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 da, c'est la vie. All that. What am I sewing? Well, I am making a skirt. I'm just having to zigzag the panels first. This bit is one of the back panels. Zigzag panels, yeah, so the instructions say about overlocking or zigzagging, and that's going to stop it from fraying too much. So I'm zigzagging each panel. This is I already have sewn this lining to the skirt, so we're just stabilising the edges essentially, and then once we've done that on all the panels, we can start actually sewing the panels together and therefore getting a skirt. This is like the maintenance before you, you know, start for real. The preparation. The chopping all your vegetables. That you then regret not doing you regret not doing later when you've not done them. You know? That's a confusing sentence. Je comprends. Very good. Oh, we run out of bobbin thread. You can tell because it's not actually zigzagging. Oh, good, right. When does je comprends need the pas? When does it need to be je comprends pas? I don't know when the pas, because you say je ne comprends pas. Don't know when the pas is required. Right, it's bobbin time. Je ne comprends pas. But what about comprends? Do you need comprends pas, or just is comprends okay? I will warn you, the bobbin winding is quite loud and noisy, so you might want to turn the sound off while I'm doing this. Thread. My mum's probably got some more. It's just black. Well, that's all of the thread on the bobbin, but I'd rather it all be on the bobbin so I don't have to change my bobbin again. So French I learned 20 years ago. Gosh. Alright then, in goes the bobbin into the bobbin case, and then I've put it in the wrong way. Je comprends and je ne comprends pas are correct. So what's the pas about? Why? I've put it in the wrong way again. This way. Right, there we go. Right, I need to go find some more black because I'm out now. So I'll be back in a minute. Talk amongst yourselves. That one. Alright, I'm back with thread. Plenty of it at that. the noisier parts over though with the bobbin threading. My machine is relatively quiet, you know. I could do with a little trim at the end. Where's my thread scissors? Gone somewhere. It's okay. I've got fabric scissors. There we go. I put the wrong thread through the hole. What a dummy! What a dummy! I put the bobbin thread through the hole instead. Do you realise that it gives negation to the whole sentence to maintain consistency? I see. The nut isn't enough. I see. I see. Oh, almost pulled it back out again then. Gimme. I'll do. I do pride myself on my ability to thread a needle. I'm pretty good at it, if I may say so myself. Would you like to grab my thread? Ah, there we go. I was doing it the wrong way. Good. We're back in business. Where was I? Here. You don't know how a thread goes through the tiny needle holes because the thread is smaller than the needle, but it can be tricky sometimes. You can get machines that have like automatic threaders and things. It's very fancy. My mum's overlocker is a bit like that. Brother. It's not the same as it was. No, that should be more like it. Yeah, that's more like what we had. Okay. Automatic, yeah. It's the overlock is called like air thread version or something. To be fair, threading an overlocker is more complicated than threading a machine. Right, piece one of back done. Oh, ready for piece two. You can also get just like manual needle threaders and things that you can like put it in. Yeah, her one's got like this thing that comes underneath, and then you put the thread in. I'll do it this side. You put the thread like across it, and it goes like into the needle. It's slightly terrifying, but it doesn't have a foot on an overlocker, so that helps. Bit of a drop there. Say you will, say you won't, say you'll do what I don't. Say la vie. Speed! My pedal's currently like kind of up against things, so it's getting a bit stuck. Right, where did Kat learn how to make clothes? From my mother. I mean, I'd done some sewing before, a lot of hand sewing before, and I'd done some machine sewing before because my mum has a machine because she's really into quilting, and she only recently got, well, relatively recently got into machine sewing, or sewing clothes, sorry. So she had a pattern that is like a beginner pattern for these trousers actually that I'm wearing. Wow! Oh God! Wow! And so I made that with her help. I wouldn't have been able to put pockets in without help for the pockets because it's a lightweight fabric. You can't put much in them. Anyway, you can just make it without pockets, and it would be quite a beginner-friendly pattern. And yeah, and then I kind of went from there. But yeah, I'd done quite a lot of sewing as a kid. We made like lavender bags and things like this. No, I went a bit far. Oops. That's fine. I mean, the actual sewing itself is pretty deceptively simple, really. The complicated thing with clothes sewing is the fit. It's getting the fit right. The more tailored something has to be, the more difficult it is, essentially. But the actual technique of sewing is pretty simple, really, especially on a machine. You do need to watch fingers a little bit, though, if you're prone to that. I've always been someone that's quite careful, so I mean the best way to not sew your finger is to just make sure your foot is not on the pedal anytime you're doing anything around here. Like right now, my foot is on the pedal, is not going to do anything. So make sure your foot is not on the pedal if you're doing anything near here. With this on though, you're pretty unlikely. Like I'd actually have to purposefully put my finger under that to get it under there. But otherwise, yeah, like with this foot on, you ain't getting anywhere. So it's okay. Right, back pieces are done. See, I've got my chair on my pieces. Remember being scared of that at school? Oh gosh, my chair. Okay. That's fair. I mean, you do have to go some though to get your finger in it. The only other way that the needle can go up and down is with the knob on the right, but then you can't really be doing that. I mean, you could be doing that with something with your left hand, but it's pretty unlikely if you're right-handed to be using knob and your hand here. It's just take your foot off if you're going anywhere near here. It's generally not going to happen when you're doing sewing like I'm doing. The time that's going to happen more is if you're doing freehand embroidery where you don't have the foot on, or you have like a different foot on that gives you this much more space from what you're sewing and the base plate here to the needle and all the rest of it, like because you don't have a big old foot on, you have a different foot on for freehand embroidery. There was an incident. I did a workshop and someone did sew through their finger. They reacted pretty well though. They were like, oh no. And that was it. They had to go get first aid and everything. Yeah, it was gnarly, but I was slightly like, oh, some people felt horribly sick from seeing that, and I was just there like, that's kind of crazy, because you can see the thread coming out of her finger. Not that I want to get into too much detail for you guys. There wasn't like loads of blood or anything. Everyone should learn how to sew. I don't think there was any blood actually, thinking about it. Quite like anti-fast fashion, so sewing good. Sewing is good anti-fast fashionness. Sewing holes up in clothes I like is all I need. Yeah, well that's what I mean by everyone should learn how to sew, to be able to mend basically, because that's anti-fast fashion. Fast fashion bad for environment, bad for workers. Just bad, generally. Oh, this is a very frayed one, this one. do get though that some people can't afford to not use fast fashion, which is a shame. But you get such worse quality as well half the time, so it's good if you can afford to not fast fashion. Fast fashion is like high street clothes. Fast fashion is basically buying things off the rack. Especially if it's like really cheap, like Primark, H&M, Shein, all these are like on the extreme end of fast fashion, but even things like, I don't know, Superdry and whatever else is still kind of fast fashion. I mean, the very opposite end of slow, like the slowest of slow fashion is to make garments tailored to the individual, whether that you make it yourself or not. That's like the opposite of, well, the slowest of slow fashion would be this woman I've seen on Instagram that's growing her own dress, her own linen dress. She's growing the linen, and then she's slowly getting enough thread to make it into a dress, and fabric and stuff. It's crazy. It's crazy how much you need, which puts it into perspective, really. But yeah. Fast fashion also, people tend to throw out their clothes after like 1 or 2 uses, or one tiny break or something. So yeah, I mean there's a bit of a range, but fast fashion as it is known is more like off the rack clothes, mass produced, cheaply produced. Partly bad. It's bad for the environment because it ends up in a landfill, and which is really not good. So if you can afford to buy something second-hand, vintage, tailor-made, or from an ethical shop, then it is better, because they're generally made to last, and therefore they don't go into landfill as quickly. I just never heard of it as fast slow fashion. Yeah, that's the term for it. Right, 1 piece down. 1 piece to go. Well, 2 to go, but yeah, I mean, it is a bit of a problem with modern life, unfortunately. Generally, the cheaper they are, the more eyebrow raising to do. Like Shein is absolutely awful. There's still issues, even with some slow fashion, in that like a lot of cotton plantations aren't super ethical or environmentally friendly, but it's definitely fewer issues than for fast fashion, so it is better if you can. Also just buying less clothes per person. A lot of people buy way more clothes than they need. The rental clothes shopping lately is Uniqlo. Oh, I know yours is Uniqlo. Are they an ethical brand? I mean, they seem pretty decent, but I don't know if their workers' rights and environmental rights. But anything off the shelf like that isn't ideal, generally, especially if they're cheap. But I mean, if you can't afford to do better, then, or you don't have the time to get better stuff, then that's the way it is, I suppose. Second hand's very good way to go if you don't want to pay too much but still get quality items and be better for the environment, because then it's not just going on landfill, it's going on your body, you know. Not that, you know, it's grotty. That's it doesn't. The clothes that go to landfill are generally just clothes that people just don't want to wear anymore, so rather than it being grotty and everything. Charity shops are good for that. But it is harder probably as a man, I would think. Vintage has probably got a fair few things for blokes. When do we think I should get the good mic on? Tell you what, the good news with zigzagging instead of overlocking it is that I won't accidentally cut any of my fabric. Oops, getting a bit close to the edge there. Surprised you aren't using the good mic. Well, because I usually halfway through the stream have to take off the good mic to then charge my phone, so I'm doing charging first and then I'll put the good mic in later, because I think I'll get more viewers further into the afternoon rather than at the start of stream. You know what I'm saying? So I will put it on at some point. The problem is I can't charge my phone and use a good mic, which is annoying. All phones have two charging ports? I don't know. I mean, I might be able to find a dongle that lets you have two USB-C holes, but I don't know. I don't know if that even exists, if it's even possible. I hope so. Right then. I did do both in, didn't I? Yeah, I did. Okay. One last one to zigzag. And then we can actually make a skirt. Hooray! And this one's only one piece because it's just a wide piece instead. It's doubly wide. It's going to go on the front. I could do with phones having the blimmin' headphone jacks back. I'd love that, but no. I want to sell more of their earbuds and things, so they just won't do it. Blimmin' capitalism. Happening here. Confusion, that's what. Headphone jacks are thick. Yeah, and I'm fine with my phone being a millimetre thicker. People only want thin phones. That's what the brands decided people only want. I'm perfectly happy with the size of my old phone. It was fine. It was like a millimetre thicker than my current phone. Remember when you could use auxiliary in a car and you didn't have to have a Bluetooth thing? You had to charge up. Dongle I told you about, Tim, for playing music in a car. Explain why ladies' trousers small, no pockets. I don't know, man. Well, the answer is because it gives you a more flattering shape, as in closer to the body. But that was the style in like the 2000s with like skinny jeans, and we're kind of going away from that in fashion, so the pockets should come back, in theory. Skirts still seem to not have pockets quite often, but I do have nice belt bags now, so I don't mind too much. But this will have pockets, because the Victorians loved a good pocket. In fact, most of history loved a good pocket. They also had lovely, like, beaded bags and things, but yes, pockets too. I mean, in like, if you go back far enough to like, let's say the Georgian era with their like really wide skirts, the way they did pockets back then was they'd tie the pocket bags around their waist and then just leave a hole in the like actual dress. So the pockets weren't actually attached to the dress. You just kind of put your hand through the hole and you'd end up in the pocket, which is interesting. I'm not sure when skirts in pockets in skirts even actually became a thing. I mean, the Victorian era, there's still a lot of pocket bag style. I saw a nice Victorian dress in a museum. It was like a sort of, oh god, costuming museum, but they'd, for film and TV, but they'd been fairly accurate with this, and this had a little pocket bag on the back of the dress, actually, kind of on the bum, but it was on the outside. I'm not sure if that was intentional or not, but yeah, that one had a little pocket bag on the outside of the dress, like it as a separate thing. Very beaded and lovely, because they did like to bejewel their bags and decorate them. Honestly, we have so much these days. We have so many like decorative things and machines and things that make everything easy, and yet the modern style is plainer than ever before. Like modern furniture, we have these like awesome machines, like wood turning machines and things that you can get now, and routers and things, but, or routers in this case actually, but yeah, modern furniture is all square and blocky, like IKEA stuff, and it's just like, why? Why now that you don't have to do everything by hand? Why is it now that there's nothing as decorative? Honestly, makes me sad. What is that emote? I cannot tell what that emote is. I mean, I can tell you why. It's because they want to make things cheaper to make more profit. But have you seen the cat going white? I haven't. I don't generally see a lot of memes, in all honesty. Mostly because I don't find most of them funny. To be back in the Victorian era, when craftsmanship meant something. That's what I keep meaning to buy. Oopsie, you better get on with it then, haven't you? Right, guys, we finished zigzagging. We can finally make a skirt. Okay. Sew backs together along the centre back seam. End stitching 9 inches from waist edge. Okay. Where's my thingy? It's that converts centimetres to inches. Oh no, it's only got 4 inches on it. How much is 9 inches? I need like an actual ruler. Well, it's double 4.5. I can do that. Okay. Let me. Where's my backs? Yes, backs. What's this one? Side back. Is this one the back? Backs. Okay. Backs. Ow. The centre back seam. Oh god! I hope this is where I hope I've done it all right. It should be, I think, the straighter edges, but they both look pretty straight depending on what way you do. Well, have I got like notches to follow? I mean, all the notches have been blinking sewed up now. There's a remnant of a notch here. Oh, but there's also one here. That's like an actual notch. That one looks more like a rip. It's just the one notch. Is there more notches on the other side? There's 2 notches on this side. There's 3 notches on this one. I can't see any of this. Okay, where's the pattern piece? What have we got on here? We have got 3 notches. Oh, and 2 random ones here. But I don't think I put them in. I don't know if I put them in this one. Oopsie. Oh, slippery. Blooming slippery fabric with a nightmare to cut out. So 3 notches is the, that's the back. This, because this says leave open above mark for placket. So that's, so this is the inside. Let me put a clip on this just to show it's the right edge. This is the edge we're going to sew. Now this one has got an attempt at 3 notches. So that makes this side the side we're going to sew. Okay. I'm just going to lay this on the bed a moment. With a slight curve at the top being, so it should be down. Okay, we're all good. Now I just need to put a clip in where we're going to stop. So we need 4.5 inches from the top. Sorry, 9 inches. So we're going to do 2 4.5s. Is that with the seam allowance or not with the seam allowance? I think that's not with seam allowance. 9 inches is 4.5. Doesn't need to be precise, I don't think. There's another 4.5. Right. Got one in place. I might change, actually I might do that with a pin just so it's different from the clips because we're going to clip the sides together. Got me nice new pins. Okay, and then I'll do the same on this one. I hope you guys can vaguely see what I'm doing. It would be a bit awkward otherwise. 4.5 the edge is about here, 4.5 from here is, and this one. Right. We are now going to, oh, I've broken my packet. Oopsie. Clip the sides together. I could do with trimming some of these bits off as well. There's quite a lot of endiness going on and fraying. Some of which is also just threads. I will keep the threads. I'm not entirely sure where my thread scissors have gone. Actually, I think I know where they are. But that's for non-lazy people. I'm lazy. It sounds like the kids are coming out of school. School time is over. I live near to a primary school and it kind of sucks. Don't recommend it. Children are annoying. They like to scream for some reason. Don't get it. Apparently, like, in my family we never screamed as kids. Probably because my parents were like, oi, don't scream. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Ba-da-ba-ba-da. How's the other side doing? It's okay. This top bit is a bit fluffy. Alternatively, I could just cut some of the fabric off. That would also do it. Oops. We're looking down this side. Not too bad. A little bit frayed. Should check for tea soon. Because I've not got my summoner in here. Although I could just put the summoner in here. Oh well. I don't want to get up now. Okay. Right sides together. You always do right sides together. It's cool enough to have tea again. Honestly, it didn't stop my family. Yeah, and I've got the pins in pretty much the same place, so... These lines that we're sewing should be pretty straightforward actually, because they're quite straight pieces on the edges. It's just the curve is at like the bottom, and we're not going to have to sew the bottom for quite a while. So actually some simple sewing in this skirt, which is really nice. Especially compared to a lot of the Victorian things, which can be a bit confusing because you have to do like French seams and things. No one wants to do French seams. I'm almost beating up. Just have to rejig it a little bit to make sure they actually meet up. It shouldn't be too bad. Yeah, it's just a bit of a curve here, that's why. Okay. Which side should we start? I guess we'll start at the top. Where did I put me? I think it was 1.5 inches. It was here, I believe. My sewing line. Get these out. This box sucks. I don't know, I feel like I've broken the box. Oopsie. Yeah, there's definitely a crack in the box that there's not supposed to be. I'll bugger it, honestly. Now I want to make sure this is nice and make sure it's really nice and strong, that bit. I'll be sewing quite as fast now because I want to make sure I don't mess up. I've also got a lot less to do with sewing, so at this point. else I need to do? No. Ta-da! We have the back of a skirt. So the reason that we have left this gap at the top is because this is where it's going to do up. So it will go ronk, and it will have a placket underneath and a button, something like this. I think it'll be buttons. I haven't actually looked. Hopefully I've got some like black buttons. It's getting longer, it's getting wider. Yeah, so this will be down the back. It's kind of a shame that the lines don't entirely match. My pattern matching is not there, but I don't really care that much, to be honest. It's a bold enough pattern that I'll get away with it. Press the remaining edges under 1/2 inch and top stitch in place. Press the remaining edges under 1/2 inch and top stitch. Oh, so it's, hold on, fold them under. Like this. Oh my lord. That's a lot. that is not much to do that with. Would also mean that I did all the zigzagging for nothing if I do that the whole way around. How much is 1/2 inch on here? Oh, I was doing 1/2 inch. Yeah, 1/2 inch seam allowance. Are you going to press it under 1/2 inch? Oh, doing this would be awful. I think we don't necessarily need to do it now. We can decide later if we want to. Or we can just press it open like this, so that the skirt is all like this on the inside. But I think what they're saying is to make it even nicer by folding these edges under. It's kind of hard to see for you guys, but yeah. So that the raw edge isn't showing at all, and then stitch on that again. And so you'd have 3 lines of stitching down here, which, I mean, you wouldn't notice, so it'll be okay, but yeah, I don't know. I might wait to do that. Unless it, wait, it might be talking about this edge though. Hold on. Ends, sew backs together along centre back seam and stitching from waist edge. Press the remaining edges under 1/2 inch and top stitch in place. Is it talking about these edges or these edges? I think it might be saying to do this actually, so that these are pressed are in like this. That would make more sense with the 1/2 inch. And so all this stuff is on the inside. Let's read the next instruction, because the next one's about a placket. The placket, I believe, is still in here. are. I think this is the placket. This tiny little bit of fabric. Yes. Fold placket in half. Should be quite easy with this fabric if I put it in the middle. No, it's not quite in the middle of my stripe, but it's not far off. And correct sides out. It doesn't really matter, they're both the same for me. Press, overlock or zigzag raw edges to keep from ravelling. So I guess along here. And these two. Sew placket to the inside of the left hand skirt opening. So we've got this in half, and then it's gonna go. We're talking about left as we look at. Wait, is it left? When it says left hand skirt opening, are we talking about left from the outside or from the inside? So that extends 1 inch past centre back into the opening. So yeah, you end up with it like this, an inch into it. So yeah, we have got a matching seam allowances. This will cover the opening of the skirt. Yeah, we've got to fold these bits under, I think. Right, I'm gonna go check if there's any tea ready because I want some tea. It's tea time. I'm thirsty. Good news, I've got tea, and also I think this marks a good time to swap to the good mic. How's my battery doing? It's still actually not full. Let's do a swap to the good mic, shall we? Excuse me. I'll charge up this instead. Good mic. Am I sounding any clearer? Has it changed what mic we're using? Seems so. Is that a poggy for the mic? To open another window, it's too hot in here. Am I sounding crisp? I'm usually sounding quite crisp. Do, do, do. And somewhat louder too, quite often. Right then, let's fold these under. I do apologise in advance for any mic knocking I do though, because I forget every time and I'm not used to it. Let's do any trimming that I want to do. Is it on this side? No. Aha. Ow, my knees. Okay, got my thread scissors for doing little things like we are doing now. Yeah, that's the thread for that. Let's keep those out of the way. Just want to make sure that it's not gonna, we're not gonna have any naughty sticky outers. Giving it a little hair trim. Oh, my bowels are having a moment. Excuse me. Oi, oi, oi. Calm down, Bells. Okay. Okie doke. Nice. Ow. I missed the bin. Is there a name for like wood you can place on your desk to place your monitors higher? I don't know, like a monitor stand? It might just be what you put. No, that would just, I don't know. No, I don't really know. A lifter-upperer. I assume putting your chair down would make the keyboard too high up. Right. What we're going in by 1/2 inch, so that it matches the rest. Currently uses cardboard boxes. That is not ideal. Tall monitor, short monitor, cardboard box. Monitor stand. It could be it, but if someone said about a monitor stand for me, I would think like a stand for the screen itself, because the screen is also a monitor. So it might work, it might not. Alright, let's get this one done. I'm a bit confused as to how I'm going to do this at the bottom, but oh well. We'll figure it out. Where's the very edge? Here. It's half an inch in though, that is way more than that. I guess we're not quite doing that though. You know what I'll do actually? I will square it at the back. I think that's usually how you do it, is you have it like this and then you just do a little square over the back of the V. So we'll put all the clips on and then we'll go from the other edge, this edge here. It'll be worth it in the long run even if it's just for portrait. Yeah, if you don't have any like dictionaries. That's an old classic, isn't it? It's big books. Everyone's gone a bit quiet today. Are we all just very chill? It's just me and Tim having a nice chat with each other. You stand your laptop on a wooden box. It is a real classic, isn't it? I don't have a proper stand for ventilation. Oh yeah. It's not great for a laptop, thinking about it. I kind of put monitor into your sentence. My brain did automatically. But now I realise you did say laptop, which is not ideal. But I guess it's not that different from having it... Oh, you've been grocery shopping, so you disappeared. Fair enough. It's not that different from having it on a desk, I suppose, though. It's just depending what the wood is made out of. Well, I mean, obviously it's made out of wood. God, I need to stop talking sometimes and just say stupid stuff. What kind of wood, I guess. Okay. I have a plan. Also, now you've come back, Stephen, you might notice that the audio quality suddenly got a lot better. Surprise! Right, let's go like here, I think. I don't like top stitching, but we're top stitching in black, so no one will see it. I do sound crisper. The crisp cat is back. Yeah, I'm hoping that my battery will last long enough now. It wasn't actually at 100% when I unplugged the charger. So much streaming takes out with my poor little phone. Okay, and then we're going to do a little jiggery pokery down here. A little fancy manoeuvre. Where we go down a bit more maybe. Across the gap. One, two, three, 5. One more for good luck. And then around this way. So it's like how they do it on your trousers and that. I want to do more IRL streams, but the equipment for it costs a lot of money. Like if you don't want to rely on mobile data, which I can do mobile data for like an hour, which is probably long enough, but yeah. If you wanna have it for longer than an hour, for very long, then you need to get like the special stuff. Oh, that's a beaut. That is beautiful. But charging and broadcasting at the same time, yeah, it's what I was doing. But because my phone only has the one USB-C slot, and both the mic and the charger use that set slot, so I have to do one at a time at the moment. Depends how you rest it, because even the laptop pads create a gap on the underside. Yeah, exactly. Sounds like a design problem. It's a flippin' phone problem. I don't know if you can even get a dongle that like has multiple C things in and one out. I don't even know if like my phone would be like, yeah, cool, you've got multiple things in one of my streams. I meant like out and about. So look at that. Look at that beautiful, lovely placket gap. That's the back of it, which is less beautiful and lovely, but it's all right still. Wait. That's like what happens on your jeans where you've got your flies. Okay. Placket. I'm quite pleased with that, you know. Don't know if it was obvious. I could do with borrowing my mother's mini iron. Just out of interest, I feel like is there a button on here? I'm trying not to bash it. No, okay. I thought maybe there was a mutey button, but there's not. I'll have to do the muting manually. I could do with borrowing my mum's little iron. Okay, back in a minute. Little baby iron acquired. Here she is. I'm going to have to plug it in and do it on the bed though, I think, because I don't know. Well, maybe it'll reach. It might reach. It's very baby, isn't it? This is like to put it on. Let's see how long the cable is. It's relatively long. Oh yeah, it's long enough. Huzzah! Now let's make sure I don't burn anything when I turn it on. Crying child outside. We'll do it. I think we could do it on the one side. Okay. It's going to make me warm, but there we are. Right, she's on. I will be folding this in half. Probably ought to pin it instead of clip it. It'll be okay because I can clip it on the edge. I'm kind of surprised we're not folding the placket in again. It just said about zigzagging it instead. There's going to be a lot of raw edges on the inside of this skirt, which I'm not a huge fan of. But hey ho, that's the pattern. Stick to the pattern. All right then. Lovely. That's pretty good. While I'm here, I'm also going to do these a little bit. We're gonna have to be quite quick with it though, so it doesn't. It might turn down a bit. Well, I don't know. It's kind of hard because we've got to be quick with this fabric, but we don't. But it's not going to do much with the wool, so I'll just be careful and be quite quick about it, just to make it a little more crisp. You have an iron facing you, just to let you know. I'm gonna iron chat. Now, I may as well do the seams as well, I guess. How am I going to do this? There's not enough blimmin' space. Okay. I need my little tool. Ooh, that was loud. My little stick to keep keep my fingies from being burnt. I don't know how to do this well. Maybe this way. I don't know. I've not got enough space. We should do it from this end. That would be easier. We'll pull to the right. Okay. Oh, that's not ideal. Get her off. I don't need to flatten it per se, just to open it out a little bit. What is this making me warm? It's making me very warm. Yeah. Yee. Okay. Oops. Ugh. Let me double check. Oh, I don't have to do anything else with the placket before I turn it off. Okay. Off. Because the iron is hot, 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 as big cook, little cook would say. Let's have a sip of tea. Lovely. Okay, let's, yeah, we need to sew our placket down. I mean, instead of overlocking, I could just, or zigzagging, I could just fold it under again, but I don't know, I won't have enough placket, I think, so. Correct size out, press, overlock, yeah, okay. So we want to ziggy zaggy all of these edges actually. We're back to zigzagging. You guys see all right? Behind the, yeah, the iron's not in the way, good. Keep it on little stitch length, that's okay. Oops. wind's picking up. I was hoping having a second window open might get some air through, but it's not really working. I might have to open my door as well. Luckily, there's no one else upstairs at the moment, so I kind of can. I guess you guys can kind of hear me over the machine a bit more when I've got this mic on. I mean, I guess I probably have to still talk louder, but that's kind of handy. Yeah, you can hear okay. That is kind of handy. Whereas before I had to like shout over the machine, so I don't think I have to do that, which is nice. Some of this is a little bit close to the edge. Good mic, good. It's true. I didn't pay a small amount for this. I didn't pay like loads either. It was quite a good like amateur level mic, really. I can't remember how much I paid exactly. I think it was like 60 or 70, somewhere in that range. So yeah, pretty good price, really. I didn't want to spend too much because I knew I wasn't going to do like loads of IRL stuff, but I was already doing some craft streams and that sort of thing, so I definitely needed something. You will of course get EMF streams as well, or at least EMF videos. I don't know about streams, but every time I say though that I'm going to do some IRL video or stream or something out and about, I then end up being too engrossed in whatever I'm doing to make any content. But EMF, like, I am slightly treating it as a business expense to some degree, so I did manage to get an EMF ticket because Seth was like, I've got a ticket and I can't go. Would you like to buy my ticket off me? And I was like, heck yes. So Seth sold me a ticket, which is very nice of him. There's not many people going this year though, that I know. So yeah, I will be making some content there. I'll show you guys around the place. And the good news with EMF is there's good Wi-Fi everywhere, so I don't have to use my my mobile data. So the only limiting factor will basically be my battery life. And even then, I've got a power bank, so I've got essentially 2 phone batteries worth. I should get a new sort of selfie stick thing though before I do that. I also might have to check about permissions about filming. I think it's fine, but I will double check. Okay, what's next? So now I've got to sew it to the inside of the left-hand skirt opening, but we don't know we don't know which left, you know? I mean, it can be a inside left or outside left. They're 2 different things. How would I do up a skirt behind me? I'd have button on the left, opening on the right, I think. I'm trying to imagine doing up a skirt behind me, like doing a button, you know. It's really hard to imagine. No, I'd have buttons on the right. So that makes it left, plaque it on. That would make it plaque it on the right too, I think. Yes. Yes, plaque it on the right, I think. Which would make it left from the inside. We're just going to go with that. Okay. We're gonna go with this. If it's wrong, it's wrong. Okay. When was EMF? The 16th to the 19th of July. So that it extends part. So we want it to end up like this. Oh, it's so long. I would say it's 9 inches long. Past 1 inch centre back into the opening. Matching seam allowances. Where's my thingy? I need an inch. An inch of it. That's quite a lot. That is not matching seam allowances. Of Julie, indeed. It wants an inch. Oh wait, no, that does kind of match the seam allowances. Am I going to be top stitching on the top stitching? Oh, my lovely top stitching. We can go in a little bit from there, I think, potentially. It's very weird for me to be doing a placket like this because normally I'm like folding it in on itself, so that is like in properly in and neat. I think we're gonna have to pin this one. It's not really clippable. This is why I have nice pins as well as clips. I'd always recommend using clips where you can, but on occasion you can't. Fortunately, it's a little hard to get these in. This is not really ideal. This is not the ideal way of getting a placket on, really. But hey ho, it's the instructions, so. Oh, get on there. Another reason why clips are easier. You don't have to deal with thickness of fabric so much, and whether or not your pin will go through. It got through at the top. Come on, man. It's just not going. Well, I might be able to use pins. Clips even. Okay, new strategy. We're going to put a pin in the top and the bottom and be very careful while sewing. Okay, that one went in all right. I might be able to get a couple more in. just need to make sure that actually the placket's actually attached. Okay. By pin, I mean. Okay. That's fine. That's okay. That's all good actually. We go back to that. That could have been a nightmare. Well, maybe not a nightmare. It's a bit over dramatic. A nuisance. How much have I got to work with here? I've got not a lot. Not a lot. Okay, I've got kind of. I've just got to get right in here. Okay. That should be fine. Might go a little bit more leftish just to be really, really safe. Ooh. Oopsie. Scratched my ear and out comes some earwax and almost got it on my fabric. Don't want that. Come on, through you go. Now, I don't want any broken pin incidences, so we're going to go carefully. My lovely top stitching is going to have more stitching on top of it. Very disappointing. Well, this pin's not even kept it in the right position. Useless. It's a good job it's all black, eh? Pin not in clip pot, please. This is quite a lot of fabric for it to go through, so we might be having a bit of a struggle, but he's doing okay. Good old machine. This is an old machine, so it has quite like a powerful engine on it. Right, and make sure I don't accidentally sew anything that I shouldn't. That would be unfortunate. Okay, and then you can go on there, and then right, moment of truth. This is where we find out that the placket's not attached in places. Oh, you know what? It's pretty close to the top stitching. That's not bad. Okay, placket on. The placket's on all the way down. Good news, everyone. And it doesn't go too far off my nice top stitching that I did before. So now we have this with a little flappy. So the button's going to go on this side, and then this will go over the top. This placket just means that you don't accidentally see any naughtiness. We don't want to see any bum because I'll be wearing a white underskirt. It'll be quite obvious. So you'd think the buttons go on here and then this goes on here, but then you've got like gapping. If you've got any gapping, then you can see stuff. If you've got gapping here, then you can't see it. So that's what the placket's for. That's not bad. That's not bad. It could probably do with another little press later, but that's okay. Right then. more things. Okay, so now it's saying to put, we're putting the side backs onto the backs, but because I've got pockets, they need to go on at some point. And it's saying to put them on now, but I want to see first. If I've got this, I'm guessing you guys can't see. If I've got this on my back, the centres aligned. I mean, the chances of me having the centres aligned are quite slim, to be honest, but there we are. Then this is like this. That's really far back for the pocket, I think. And then we've got a side piece. The side piece having the pocket here is quite far forward, but I think that's better than the back. I think the back is too far back for the pockets. I'd be having to put my arm like too far backwards, you know. I think the side back to the side is going to be better for the place for the pockets, which is not what the instructions say, but screw the instructions. Am I right? Actually, I think the instructions for the pockets are downstairs. I better go get that. Una minuto. I'm not even going to bother to turn the mic off. See how far it goes again. Ha ha ha. Pretty sure it's on the dinner table. Alright, I'm back again. Honestly, the one time that I don't mute the stream and there's someone downstairs. Okay, so here's my pocketiness. I don't think that bit's useful. This bit has the instructions on it. Oh, it is saying side to side back. I wrote it in the wrong place. No wonder. Okay. Choose the seam in the skirt where you want to put the pocket, so side to side back. Also decide how high or low you want the opening of your pocket to sit. Recommend that the top of the pocket sit at about 4 to 6 inches below the waist, so that the contents of your pocket will not show through the skirt. The top of the pocket. Let's put our skirt piece on waist. I'm pretty sure that's where it's going to lie. So then 4 to 6 inches below the waist. Well, this one only goes up to 4, but I don't want my pocket. The top of the pocket sit about there. I think that's fine. It would be on my hip, but that's pretty good place. Go for like 5 inches, I think we'll go for. Roughly 5 inches. So one pocket piece to the skirt panel to the front of your pocket. One pocket piece to the skirt panel to the front of your pocket. What? Pocket pieces. With right sides together and with a 3 out of 8. What? Why are inches? Why do inches exist? And with a 3/8 inch seam allowance, like what? Luckily, everything's in eighths on the sewing machine, so 3/8 is the third line here, which helps. So add the pocket piece to the skirt panel to the back of your pocket with right sides together. Yeah, okay, so we've got pocket with right sides together. Nice and close. Make sure that your pocket pieces are placed at the same level on the skirt so they match each other. This is an unusual way of doing it. Fold the pocket away from the skirt panel over the seam allowances and press with right sides together, and with a 1/2 inch seam allowance sew the skirt seam from the waist to 1/2 inch below the top of the pocket. Then continue to sew around the pocket edges. Okay. And finally down the skirt edges to the hem. Leave the pocket opening in the seam unsewn. Okay, yeah, that works. Roger that. Okay, so when we do the sides to side backs, we'll have another look at that. Right now we're doing backs to side backs, so we don't have to worry about that right now. Okie doke. Pins go back over there. Oops, sorry. Getting my hair out my way. I ought to get a hair tie really, but I don't have one in there right now. And I'm lazy. Oh, I'm wicked and I'm lazy. What are the notches on here? 3. Triple notch. Yes, triple notch. So the side with the triple notch, we want to go to the back. It's unravelled a little bit. It's hard to see where the notches were once upon a time. Don't know if I put any notches in the blimmin'. I missed half the notches. Okay, that one. That one might be. Or it might just be unravelling. Oh, there's some notches here, I think. That looks like it's trying to be a triple notch. This is ridiculous. Okay, so in theory this one should go to this one. I'm going to lay it out again and see if it makes the right shape. It should curve around upwards at the top if it's the right shape. I know you guys can't see, I need better setup for all this. Sorry. Just trust the process, okay? It is curving upwards, that's a good sign. And if I did it this way up, then it would curve upwards but not as sharply. So I think we probably want this way. I can also lay the pattern pieces themselves rather than the fabric pieces on the ground and see which ones go together that way. Side, back, that way, and then back this way. They're all very similar pieces, which is a bit of a confusion. Okay, and then they're all like reversible as well. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, that feels like it might be a bit of too much of a steep incline up there at the top of my piece. Has this one got obvious markings? No, I should have done it with chalk or something. Normally this is fine, but because it's quite fray fabric, I can't see my blimmin' notches. Yeah, no idea on this piece. this seems correct. I really hope it's right. I really hope it's right. Because if I turn this one up this way, although that one looks good that way up. If I turn this one up this way. I'm getting hecking confused. Then it's even more of a steep incline. Sorry, I know this isn't ideal for you guys. You have to bear with me a minute. I want to make sure I get the right pieces next to each other. Otherwise, it's going to be a pain and a half, so... It is a relatively steep incline. But is that too much? And why is that one so different to that one? Oh, lordy doldy. Oh, lordy doldy. Oh, lordy doldy. I think I have got two pieces the same where I need one piece to be opposite, which means we're going to have to undo and zigzag and everything one of the pieces. Fun times. I think I'm going to have to undo one, which is far from ideal, but I think I've got two pieces that are the exact same, and I don't want that. So, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Time for the unpicker. It was bound to happen at some point, but I was hoping it wouldn't happen after zigzagging, because we've got to do double the unpicking. I still don't know which side should go on the back of the skirt. I've kind of ignored that problem for now. I'm coming back to that one. Oh god, everything's falling off my table. I'm wicked and I'm lazy. I love undoing things. It's my favourite task. I love undoing things. It makes me feel real good. It's my sarcasm song. Do you like it? Come on. Come out. Come out, wherever you are. All the while, it's going to get more and more unravelled. Oh, my back. Ow. Suddenly moved my back and blew it out. I'm getting older. I am getting older. I have the body of an old woman, and I have done for quite a while, in all honesty. The blooming Crohn's doesn't help. Although it turns out I might not have Crohn's and just have colitis instead, which makes no material difference. My bowels are messed up either way. Smell. We've got to do so much unpicking. Oh, it's gonna take ages. Time which honestly I don't have. Don't know if you noticed the title, but I've not got long to make this. Is something happening Saturday? I'm on holiday. Going on holiday, I am. And I would like to have this skirt done ready for some photos. Because it's kind of a Victorian style place as well. It's got like a promenade, so It would be nice to have it ready. But if I don't, then I don't. Where to? I'd rather not say, just because we're live on the internet, but I have been there a couple of times before. I would say it's my favourite place to go on holiday. One of my favourite places in the UK, so if that tells you, then good job. Good remembering if you can get it from that. Around that region of the UK, I will say it is south. It is South UK. And it is by the sea, which is partly why it's one of my favourites, because I love the sea. This would to do better if I unpick the one at the back. How long gone forever? A week. Saturday to Saturday. So not too bad, but yeah, no streams next week. Unless I randomly do an IRL one, but I wouldn't count on it. I probably won't. As much as, you know, I need that grind mindset or whatever people call it. I kind of want a nice holiday. Oh. Yeah. Time with my family and that. Just, you know, probably the worst part of it. Whee. But yeah, by the sea. The only problem is I'm going to have to be really careful of what I eat, which sucks because I love food on holiday. It's my favourite part. But food doesn't love me at the moment. Time off good. Yeah, although, I mean, it's not like this job is very demanding in a sense. I mean, it is in some ways and not in others, right? Like, I enjoy doing it, so I don't feel like I need time off. In the same way. Wow, we've almost finished undoing one side of several. Okay, well, two sides, because we started on the short side. Skip. In other news, I watched the Eurovision final last night. Because I boycotted on the day itself, so yeah, I caught up last night, and what a year! There was a lot of really good songs, which made it kind of painful that I didn't watch it, but it was. I would have felt a bit iffy, you know, if I'd watched it. given everything that's going on. Our entry though was god awful. It was like Scooch levels of bad, especially live. I heard a studio version of it. It's a little bit better than the studio version, but live it was pretty abysmal. One of them had Cascade every time we touched fives. It did. Graham said that though, and he was like, it sounds rather a lot like every time we touch by Cascada, and I was like, it's different enough. I think it's just Cascada vibes rather than every time we touch vibes necessarily, you know. But it was a hecking banger. That went immediately on the playlist. Loved that one. It was Sweden's. It's interesting that Israel did a different sort of song this year to what they normally do. They usually just do these like power ballads. They did a bit more of a pop one this year. It was a bit better if you had the same beatish. They all have the same beat though. Like that style. It's not unique to Cascada, I'll tell you that. Definitely not unique to Every Time We Touch. I mean, even other Cascada songs have that same vibe and everything, and beat and all the rest of it. Just fast paced, basically. Could try singing German and still was stressful. Well, to be fair, their German was ein, zwei, drei. I mean, and he did the thing that I hate the most in like any Eurovision song, where like, when I say X thing, you say this thing, X thing, and then, you know, the audience have to do the other, and the audience are pretty, you know, they go along with it. But God, it makes me cringe so much every time someone does that. The whole song was extremely goofy, and not a good one. It gave me Scooch vibes. But at least it was something a bit different. We really just need a competition like the other countries have. Take it a bit more seriously. Oh, and if we're not going to take it seriously, then don't, you know, be a Big Five member. Because otherwise it's just a load of money going to a competition that we're not going to do well in. Which, I mean, I know it's not all about the results. I'm glad we're, you know, we fund it because Eurovision is great. But that said, it's not a lot of point if you're not even going to do well. I mean, it was good that we tried something different. I appreciate that. It's just that something different was not the one. To be fair, if we did drop out of being a Big Five, that would mean that, you know, we'd be distancing ourselves from Israel, which is good. UK go do bad, at least give us the flying the flag kind of vibes. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. At least that was memorable. True, although flying the flag is probably a bit too bad, even for memorable. Like, it's memorable because it was horribly off key most of the time. And also was full of innuendos. I don't know if you've seen it as an adult, but my God. It's very sexually charged. That was loud thunder. Oh. We had our thunder and lightning the other day. I don't know. I think it'd be good to send like a band. I'd like us to send a band. The oh, I don't remember where it was, but the guy in like suspenders, you know, that was very Måneskin who won that time. So it reminded me of the Killers, and I know the Killers are American, but his voice really reminded me of the Killers, and I thought, and it also reminded me of Nothing But Thieves. I would love to see a group like that in Eurovision. I think they'd at least show something a bit different. And if you wanted to go like cultural with it instead, you could get like Morris dancing out, get an accordion or a squeeze box. Because although Morris dancing is, you know, it's not serious or anything. In fact, not sure if you want to know. Yeah, it is innuendo ridden. Yeah, I mean, people really like cultural stuff. Even if it doesn't do well, it would be memorable and it would kind of show that we care in a sense. Or otherwise a sort of dancey pop person, because we haven't had a dancey pop person sent like ever, I don't think. Someone that like oh, what was it? The Cypriot entry this year, who's actually a Brit, as it turns out, doing dancing and singing, or Bangaranga. I mean, Dara, she was dancing and singing, and I think that sort of double whammy is not something that we've really sent before, and party vibe, and I think that would do quite well. Because the party vibe that we sent this year was more of a kids' party. We don't want a kids' party. We want an adult party. I quite liked Dizzy by Ollie Alexander, but he looked like he kind of didn't want to be there. He didn't have much like stage presence, you know. I quite liked What the Hell Just Happened, and I liked that it was different and stuff, and I hoped that it would do better than it did. It didn't deserve last place. I was quite shocked at that, because it had like nice harmonies. I mean, the harmonies were gorgeous. I mean, it has gone down though in like, it's Eurovision memes now, because every voting section people are like, well, what the hell just happened? So it's kind of gone down in history for that reason. And it was kind of different rhythmically, the song as well. I don't think it was like very much of a Eurovision song as such, but I thought it was alright, and it should have done better than it did. The fact that we don't have to get through semis is not ideal. Bangaranga sounded all over the place. I quite liked it. I wouldn't have put it as a winner, a Eurovision winner, because I mean it's going to be in the annals of history now. But it was really, really well performed. Like I was quite impressed with her, how she could sing, dance, and kind of give it personality at the same time. Was really impressive, and it was a really fun song. I enjoyed the song. I just wouldn't have necessarily put it as a winner, but like top 5, I would have said for me. Performance carried it. I do like that there's a lot of variation in rhythm and all the rest of it in it though, the song itself. But yeah, the performance really did a lot for it. Performance was great. I don't know how it won by quite such a landslide, but thank God it did. Did you watch it live then, Tim? Like I say, I was boycotting. No, not everyone's willing to do that, but I was like, I will do it. I will boycott. I will suffer for the greater good. Next year as well is going to be such a party year. It's going to be really good, I think. I looked at, so after people told me that Bulgaria had won, I looked at the prices of places to stay in Bulgaria, and it was not cheap, even though it probably is usually somewhat cheaper than it was. There were some that were not too bad, but yeah, they're going to all be a bit booked out now. Because, I mean, you kind of, if you want to go to Eurovision, you kind of have to book the accommodation first. Even though you might not get tickets. I've never been, but I would absolutely love to go. It's on my bucket list. My life bucket list. As long as Eurovision is still going by the time I'm a bit older. The real thing is to become a Eurovision like content creator, and then you get in for free. And you get into like the Eurovision village, the Euro village and things. I'm not sure what it was about. I didn't quite understand. They announced like Eurovision Asia. And I'm slightly confused, because is it Eurovision or is it like Asia Vision? Are Europe involved at all? Or are we just like kind of setting them up? I don't understand. I'm a bit confused by Asia Vision, Eurovision Asia, whatever. But it's cool. I mean, I feel like South Korea or Japan are going to win it like every single time, but you never know. Right, we've undone. Oh, we've done. Oh, sorry, undone all the zigzag. How many of these pieces are going to be like this? I have a feeling it's going to be more than just this one. Australia, when they go to Eurovision Aussie land? Well, I could do. But I feel like that's going to be more expensive than go to like blimmin' Bulgaria next year. It's so weird that Australia are in it. I was kind of anti before, but they've really, like, I don't know, embraced it. But it is still strange that there's European countries, I mean not just Australia either, that are in Eurovision. Or non-European countries. How Asia were going? Middle East Asia is dominating football geopolitics. Oh, they're dominating all sports geopolitics. Middle Asia, Central Asia is it central? If it's like Qatar, I guess that's East Asia. Not East, West Asia. Middle East Asia is dominating oh. I misread it. Yeah. West Asia is problematic. But then if Israel's still in it, then why not? Why not have these countries that are, you know, anti-feminism, anti-gay people? Even though Eurovision is very gay. It's very gay. It's part of why we love it. Never you mean West Asia. Oh, right. Yeah. Because you said Middle East Asia. I then was like, middle of the east of Asia. If you just said Middle East, I would have been like, ah, yes. Maybe that's a me thing, though. You never know. It's hailing. You never know what you're going to get in this country, do you? This is a mess. This is a free mess. I hope I don't regret not overlocking. That'll probably do. Try and get some of the worst off, you know. The Asian Champions League semis and finals were held in the West. So the Japanese team brought no fans. There was only about 500 people attending. Yikes. Yeah, every time I see a sporting event on TV, my brother's got what we call the dodgy stick. It's always like road to Qatar, you know? The finals are always in Qatar. And half the football teams of the UK seem to be sponsored by Middle Eastern countries, essentially. Like Emirates Airways with Arsenal. Or Qatar Airways. And I'm just there like... Can we get these scummy countries away from sports? They're actually like trying to culture wash, you know? They're trying to be like, oh yeah, ignore the atrocities because we've got sports. By atrocities, I mostly mean anti-women's and LGBT rights. But like the players, unless they're very, very brave, they're not going to want to be like, I refuse to go to this, you know, world championship or whatever sport it is, because it's most of the sports at this point. Because that's how they like earn a living, because there's prize money. Even if it's not how they earn a living, there's prize money and recognition and things to be like the world champion. So they're still going to want to go, despite, even if they've got, you know, protests against some of the things happening. It's a hard situation. Hopefully there'll be some like really brave sports people that are like, yeah, no, I'm not going because I don't like what's happening. But I would not blame anyone for not doing that. Do you get 32 degrees one week and hail next? Maybe not only in England, I don't actually know. Might be more common than we think. It seems like something that would happen in tropical weather. And since we don't like adverts from gambling, smoking and drinking, so many industries left willing to throw money about their expensive lifestyles. Yeah, it's true, but that does depend on the sport. And like darts, every year there's a competition at Ali Pali, but then the World Cup or whatever is quite often in Qatar these days, and the triathlon, like World Cup thingy, is in Qatar as well. It's just everything's in bloody Qatar. You can hear me again. Wow, some loud hailing. Bloody wood pigeon. I don't know. It just feels like they're kind of overtaking sports, and it's scary. As a way of like hiding behind it, you know? this stuff isn't happening. Look, look at all these nice sports things. Ignore the bad stuff that's going on. I don't know what you're talking about. You know? As a woman, I would not feel safe in Qatar. We get so many adverts with women in them and everything. I'm like, no way. I ain't going there. Especially when the poor native women don't get the ability to wear anything vaguely not hot. The hail starts again. Oh dear. This has become a bit of a political stream, isn't it? Oopsie. It happens every time I do a craft stream, I swear. Elizabeth Lisa's already starting to cut back on projects like Mega Cities. Live Golf. Saudi Arabia no longer want to hold... They tried to hold the Winter Olympics in Saudi Arabia, of all places. That is very silly. Well, they might be realising that that the whole, you know, we've got sports so we're cool vibe isn't really working out for them. That's what I'm hoping anyway. Or that it's way more expensive than they thought. And they can't actually afford it. One of the two. Right, the undoing is over. I'm just getting bits of thread off now. Yeah, it's a little ambitious having the Winter Olympics in an extremely hot country. You would have to have like everything indoors. Even we don't do Winter Olympics. And it gets a bit cold. And we've also got like, you know, some indoor snow sport places. Not many, but there are some. Can't imagine there's any in Saudi Arabia. We don't have the the speed skating rink either, or the long one. I get confused between the two. There's short track speed skating, and then there's just speed skating or something. And the Dutch people were telling me about it, and I was getting confused. Oh, I haven't done this side. Oopsie. So essentially, speed skating and short track speed skating are two different things, I think. It's very confusing. I thought they were all under the speed skating umbrella, but apparently not. Oh, shut up, wood pigeon. Oh, this takes so long. I want to make a skirt. I could have put the side panels on by now. Don't know why I'm calling them panels. Just don't at me. One is long track, one is short track. Yeah, but they're both... But, yeah, we call them both long track and short track speed skating. But in the Netherlands, one is like just short track or long track, so I can't remember which way around it is. And the other one is just speed skating. So when I said about, I think it was short track or when I said about like long track speed skating, they're like, so just speed skating. I'm like, but there's 2 different types of speed skating, and they were like, no. So it's a bit more complicated than that, and it's confusing. But for us, it's just short. They're both speed skating, and one's just long and one's short. But for them, it's not. Oh dear. Commonwealth Games will be coming up this year, I believe, which is always a good time. One year I'd like to go see, because it's probably a bit cheaper and easier than the Olympics. Short track is probably the specifically named one. I think so. And the other one's just speed skating. Even though for us, they're like both speed skating. Well, football cup's coming this year. Oh boy. Oh boy. Right, I've finished undoing. You went to the last Commonwealth Games in Birmingham. That might be the last full game we see. Oh really? That's a shame. I mean, I saw some of it on the Beebs. Although I think it's going to be on bloody Channel 4 again. Okay, so I need to like do it like this instead, I think, and then this will be correct. Even showing this one, it's on TNT with hearts of fire. That's because they blooming had to sell the rights again. I hate Channel 4 and these other ones that are yoinking the rights. Yeah, that's correct. It's very annoying. TNT stealing everything. Yeah, we have to watch it on the dodgy stick because we are not paying out. Frankly. But can't they just let national sports be on the national telly channel? Is Channel 4 is free? Yeah, free with blimmin' adverts everywhere. You can't watch something for more than 2 seconds without an advert. On Channel 4. Half the events aren't happening. What the heck? What the heck? It's a shame. I think the Commonwealth is a pretty cool thing that we have. Oh look, I can see my 2 notches. So two goes on this side. Okay, so that is correct. Aha! Unless that's supposed to be 3 and the third one didn't come out. But I think it's 2. I think that's 2 notches. Now that they're like apart, I can kind of see them a bit more. This one's got a notch over here. I can only see one. What about on this piece? Can't see any notches on this one at all. It's very confusing. I'm just going to hope that I got it right. Smill. It's bare minimum games because it was a last minute change of host. It's in Glasgow, isn't it? Because it was in Glasgow before. I remember watching it as a teenager, I think, at some point. How do you have toilet and tea breaks without ad breaks? You just go. The ad breaks are longer than the toilet and tea break because you can watch while the kettle's boiling as well. You don't have to like watch the kettle. Briefly go between events while pundits chat. That too. Or if there's an event that you're like that's on that you're less interested in and you're waiting for the next event that you are interested in. That's why they don't want to organise the full games again. Oh, so where is it this time then? Because I thought it was in Glasgow again. Are they doing like some of it in Glasgow, some of it somewhere else? So that's a shame. Silly Glasgow. Should have done it in Bristol. Oh, it is in Glasgow again. They just are doing half of it. Glasgow! You lazy lumplings. They should build some stuff in Bristol. Bristol's up and coming. And there's lots of young people about. And it's cool. I like Bristol. I just realised this might be one of the pieces where the sides don't entirely match. And I had to do some jiggery pokery to make it fit. Smell. Okay. They could do Bristol or they could do London again. London instead, which is bigger. They could do. But because London's bigger, it can get quite overwhelmed with touristicos and all the rest of it. Whereas Bristol at least doesn't have loads of people just generally. Or touristicos just generally so much. I know, I just like Bristol and it's nearby. I'm a bit biased. Some sports like bowl squash and netball really care about the Commonwealth, especially as they're not Olympic, but athletics don't see it as a big priority anymore. That's fair, although something like swimming is interesting because swimming, there's a lot of Australian, South African and British swimmers are like some of the best in the world, you know? And the Olympics were great. People were worried about all the visitors, but it's fine. Oh, really? I went for the London... I went during the London Marathon. Well, it was the Olympic Marathon, but it was during the London Olympics, you know. Basically, don't have the US... Yeah. Or France, actually, since that French guy did so well at the Olympics. Oh, what's his name? Like Leon Marchand? Something like that. I think it was Marchand. I just don't remember his first name. Yeah. But I mean, even without them, like, that's still a pretty tight competition in swimming between UK, Australia and South Africa, in all honesty. I just like that the Commonwealth exists. It's just, it's kind of nice, you know, because it's no longer an empire. It's just some countries with a shared history being like, so, I don't know. I don't know. I understand that a lot of it is like colonization was not the one, but yeah, it just feels nice. It feels nice. That we could all come together over sports and there's no countries in it that are questionable. You know? There's no independent athlete or whatever. It's the athlete of independent nation, I think, is the thing. And no America. Woohoo! It used to be the British Empire Games until 1970. Fair enough. British Commonwealth Games. And then they were like, fine, okay, we'll drop the Britain. It's quite nice to not have America in a competition for once. American fans can be quite obnoxious. And also there's just so many Americans that they just win a lot. It's way too much stuff. Oh my god. Ow. Help, it's Ouch! My clip broke. It hurt my thumb. How many have I got? 3. I can get to the end with 3. So all this stuff that I did off camera, preparation off camera, so you guys wouldn't have to see it. So much for that. Fans are obnoxious during Football Cup. Oh god, yeah, they are. English fans like have a reputation, I believe. And I was kind of happy when Italy won the Euros, I think it was, the men's Euros. I remember that happening. I was watching and everything because the blimmin' English fans booed the Italian national anthem. And I was like, that is not okay. You cannot be doing that. So I was quite glad when the Italians won and they were like, it's coming to Rome. And I was like, hell yeah. Clean themselves up somewhat since the 90s. They're still awful. They are still, frankly, the worst fans in the world. Part of it is the obsession with blimmin' alcohol. I don't understand why people like alcohol quite as much as they do, and I wish alcohol wasn't such a cultural thing in this country. Like, I don't mind having a tipple every so often, but so many people rely on alcohol to exist. And just also, it's just always such a big part of these events. And people like get excited and chuck it everywhere and it's like sticky and gross and it's just, oh, man, you know, I just wish alcohol wasn't such a thing, a culture in this country. Worried that there was only black guys who missed the penalties during the shootout. Yeah, that was really unfortunate. I thought I was watching the end of the match on the weekend. I can't remember. It was like Champions League or something. The one where all it's cups across Europe, I think. Teams across Europe, and it was Paris Saint-Germain versus Arsenal, and I was like getting flashbacks to the Euro finals with the misses and the horrible racism that came after. I don't remember who scored or not, or missed in the penalties this time, but some of the penalties were pretty bad. Missed quite spectacularly. It's one thing to miss and it's one thing to get saved by the goalie. You know? Crucial penalty was missed by a Brazilian this time. Oof. I don't know where they're all from, so it's doesn't mean a lot to me. All I knew was that I was looking at the shirts of the players thinking, who would I rather win? And then noticing that they were both sponsored by Middle Eastern companies. I mean, like, oh well, don't really care. Neither one of those companies is better than the other, really. I decided that Arab Emirates is probably slightly better than Qatar Airways at the moment, but so if people that stutter step deserve to miss, well, they do seem to miss quite often. I'm not going to say much about the technique because I can't kick a football at all, really, so I don't have the position to say what is and isn't skilled or whatever, but it does look ridiculous, I will say that. Footballers in general are often
ridiculous, I find. As someone that's probably in my lifetime watched more rugby than football. Rugby is very much superior, if you ask me. They even stop the clock during discussions and things. So you're not left guessing how much time is going to be at the end of the match. Because the end of the match is just the end of the match. Why football doesn't do that is beyond me. But it's quite hilarious. Oh, it's gone all dark. Can't blooming see anything. Watching rugby before they stop the clock. Oh really? I didn't realise it was a modern thing. I always admit football's an incredibly easy sport to get people playing and into. Just needs the ball on some ground. Yeah, I mean the same with rugby really. They have a different shaped ball, but you could play it with whatever ball really. It's just easier to catch a not round ball, I think, generally. But, I mean, or maybe it's harder to catch a not round ball and that's why they use it. I don't know. But, yeah. But it is good for kids and things, football. Because you can just do it wherever. Unfortunately, that means you can do it wherever. And you get nuisance blokes generally. Sorry, blokes. But it is generally the blokes that are nuisances and decide to kick about a ball right next to you when you're in the park. And then they get really loud and obnoxious. And you're like, please shut the hell up and keep to yourself. You can't really see me at the goalpost in rugby unless you only do the touchdown stuff. It's not called a touchdown rugby, but you can, because you can simulate goalposts in rugby actually better than you can in football, really, because rugby posts don't have a top to them. So you've got the line that you just say cross this line. That's our goal, or try line even, and then just 2 poles. You don't even need the top for conversions. Just 2 markers even. You don't even need poles. If you kick it between the 2 markers, that'll count, you know? The thing with football like that is you kind of want the top of the net, really. We're almost there on remaking this. Hopefully we don't have to do this again on any other pieces, but I have a horrible feeling that we will. Oh, that one I got a little bit close to the edge on. Oopsie. You need a lot of people for rugby? Yeah, I mean my dad plays touch rugby and that's like 5-a-side, I think. I don't think you necessarily need more people for rugby than you do for football. If you're not going to do all scrums and everything. Obviously if you're going to do scrums you need more people, but without scrums you're okay. Let's go over the crossbar. Oh, it does, doesn't it? I forgot about the crossbar. That's why some sports want silent crowds, but others don't. I think most sports don't want silent crowds, do they? If you're referring to rugby, they don't want a silent crowd. They just ask for you to be quiet during the kicking. What did I do here? I don't remember what I did. Because the kicker's got to concentrate for a conversion. I do this. Yeah, I'd say that's pretty similar. Alright then. Oh, what the hell has happened? Imagine getting silence during penalties. I don't think it's very sporting of people to not have silence during these things. Football need to concentrate. Well, they should have silence, I think. This is my problem with football fans. They don't seem to have a lot of respect for anything, really. People, the ref, the rules. Keep splitting, doing that. Can we ask tennis crowds to be silent during rallies? Really? I didn't realise they were actually asked to be quiet. I thought that was just, you know, how tennis crowds were. Never really thought about it, I suppose. I guess when it comes to rallies, then they're having to concentrate a bit more. Does also, though, have the secondary effect of like upping the tension if it's quiet, you know? Like in football, when, you know, there's a big moment about to happen, sometimes everyone holds their breath and it goes all quiet. Respect the kicker in rugby, good luck with that. It works. It does usually work. You do sometimes get like the odd person, but it's not normally very many. And they get like booed at, you know. But the people around them are more likely tutted at, let's be honest. Archery is usually silent, but we organise one team competition a year where the crowd are encouraged to make noise. Interesting. Does that make a big difference? I'd be interested to know. In terms of people's accuracy, does it make them less accurate? Well, then difference between rugby union and rugby league. Which one is Six Nations? Union. League is its like own thing. Most of them are rugby union, I believe. League is like you have slightly fewer people and there's some different rules, I think. And I'm not super sure on it. Who does it? We train ourselves to maintain focus and block out noise. Oh, so it might actually be. It might actually be quite a good. I don't know. Test, I suppose, training. We also cheer in athletics and swimming. I think that's because they don't need to concentrate as much, right? And a lot of the time with those sorts of events as well, a lot of them are like kind of sprint events. And the people trying to go, I think it's basically if you're trying to go fast or not. I think having the crowd make noise quite often makes people feel a bit faster. Or want to go faster, you know? But in some, I guess in some sports where speed isn't necessarily the main thing, Snooker is very... Snooker. Sorry, I like saying it like that. It's very much silent crowd. Yeah, that one has to be silent. But that does need a lot of concentration, and it's very much not speed. Can you imagine, like, chess with crowd noise? Kind of crazy. I mean, I wouldn't know what I'd be cheering for, but just cheer every time someone takes a piece of... I was about to say the enemy. I keep wanting to say the enemy. I'm too game-minded, you know? The opposition, who I don't want to win. Sunshine's back. Sunshine's back here again. It creates a good atmosphere either way. It's nice when you hit the target and people cheer. I'm surprised they don't normally do that anyway, like the cheering when you hit the target, you know. I'm kind of surprised by that. Right, I think I have got this the right way round. I'm going to go for it and hope for the best. Right, more actual sewing and not undoing. Hooray! Okay. Sorry, I just need to move my blooming bra straps again. That particular one is also, you either hit 10 cycles for 1 point or you score 0. My god! That's brutal! That's some brutality! Okay, here we go. Let us pin. Pin to win. Well, except we're not pinning, we're clipping. Clip to win. You must have some pretty skilled archers in that competition then, if it's like miss and lose. That's a bit of a reference, that one. Sink to win. It's a shame Britain doesn't have more of a presence with archery at like the Olympics. It's all like South Korea. What was the quarterfinals? The year we held it? Hell yeah. You're good at archery then. Well, I assume so anyway, and it's not like everyone there was rubbish. I've done a bit of archery before. I quite liked it. I always found it a little bit painful though, the string hitting the arm guard. Or wrist guard, or whatever it's called. You used to be good at it. You had a national ranking at one point. Good gracious. Were you using compound bows? I quite like the channel on YouTube called Bloomineck. Bloomineck. It's seeing the target for you. Oh, Tim. It's so tiny. Yeah, well you kind of have to just look for the yellow bit. Just go for the centre of the yellow bit. Go by colour. Recurve, the Olympic style. Oh, cool. I thought they did. I thought they used compound bows. Shows what I know. They have a lot of things on their bows on the Olympics. I know that. But then they are shooting a very long way. It's kind of crazy how far they're shooting. Forever jealous of people with eyesight. I'm so sorry. It's okay, I won't have eyesight my whole life. Is it better to have never had eyesight or to have declining eyesight? Probably to have declining eyesight. Called bear bow. Oh, that sounds naughty. They should do like longbow competitions, you know? You had to have some real strength to pull those, and that's what... This does not match up in the end. And, you know, it's our traditional weapon, basically. It's our weapon in Age of Empires. The Olympic bows without rods and sights. Why is it bigger on one side than the other? We're going to have to blooming ease. I don't like easing. Easing is annoying and it never really works out very well for me. I have on occasion had to just get my mum to do this, to sew up when I've had to do easing. There's Longbow, who fancy themselves as traditional OG. Yes. Yes, that's what I'm interested in. Traditional OG, and also used in the Battle of Hastings. It's probably what Robin Hood would have used. And I think that's cool. But I imagine some of the people that use longbows are probably really obnoxious. They're like, this is the only true bow. What bows does Link use? I don't think his are very accurate at all. Especially like the one in Ocarina of Time. It's so small that it would the arrow would just kind of flop out. It's kind of hilariously small, the bow in Ocarina of Time. Okay, I've eased. It's going to be a bit of a rough one. You're finally home? Welcome home, Elliot. Seemed to be a long one. Usually back by now, I would have thought. We're talking about bows. Right, let's get you in here. Bows? Yes, bows. Oh gosh, that's slightly intimidating, giving it undivided attention. The article Professional Archer says Link's bow skills suck. I mean... Are you okay there? Oh, bugger me. It's got sucked into the mint thing. Right. I hate it when it does that. Okay, let's give that another go. His bow is so tiny that, like, yeah. I don't think anyone would be able to do much with those, to be fair. Oh, okay. My thread has unthreaded itself rather rudely. Kind of shoots like it's a horse, but that's a new phrase for me. I've not heard of a horse bow before. Is that one that you use on like horseback? Because he does do some horseback archery. And I hated it. Blooming horseback archery. Short bow that you can shoot while riding. Oh, well that's what he's got, because he does do some horseback archery at times. No, blooming horseback archery minigame. Not very good at it. It's hard. It was epic in Twilight Princess. It was much better in Twilight Princess. Partly because, I mean, you could shoot the bow yourself, but you only really need to shoot a... Like, you're usually not the one shooting the bow on horseback, because the only time you really need to do it is in the final fight with Ganondorf, where Zelda's doing the shooting. But yeah, it was pretty jazzy. And you could actually, like, lock onto things pretty well in that game. It was better than the targeting system in an Ocarina of Time. Whenever people are like, oh yeah, Ocarina of Time is the greatest game of all time, I'm like, mate, you haven't played enough games. You know? It's a banger to be sure, but it is not the greatest game of all time. That is nostalgia talking. It has its issues. Quite a lot of it is inventory issues. How's skirt coming along? We had to do some unpicking, but we're back to actually sewing a skirt again. The back is together. The sides are going onto the back now. I'm having to ease this in, and I'm really bad at easing. I do it this way that is probably not how you're supposed to do it. Of like bringing the top through while not bringing the bottom through as much. It's horrible for the tension, but it does kind of work in terms of easing. I'll need to check my battery soon on my phone. See how we're doing. We haven't reached 20% yet though, because it would go once I reach 20%, so we're doing okay. I'm also intrigued to see how many viewers I've got, because it doesn't seem like many. But there's sometimes quite a lot of lurkers, so I'm intrigued, like I say. That's a tuck under there, don't want that to happen. I'm getting a bit close to the end here, and I'm still quite far out in terms of easing fabric. We're getting there, we're getting there. The good news is we don't have any more curve now, so we can get it all in. I will look at chat in a minute. I'm just doing some more tricky sewing. So okay, I've pretty much eased it all in, which is good. With my horrible easing technique. Oh, it's not ideal. Okay. There we go. One back to onto the side. For its time, you can probably see it. It's very, yeah, for its time, it was a great game. But calling it the greatest game of all time is not it. It's just not the greatest game of all time. Because that includes the rest of the games of the world. Is my camera frozen? So there's a link to the part where it came out true. Not too much unpicking? No, not too bad. So commonly mentioned in best game of all time conversations. Oh, I think it's just my preview that's frozen then. Okay. Yeah. That game has many flaws if you ask me. I'm just not moving. I am moving. My arms are down by my sides now. Cool. Let's get the other one on. We are getting there. We're not going to have any Tomodachi Life today, by the way. Sorry, it's sewing time, and it's a bit of a pain to change over onto PC and things, and I have to end stream and start it again. So this is stream today. We'll carry on. I will have to also probably do more of this off stream rather than waiting until Thursday, because like I say, I want to get it done. If I do it in the evening and finish it, we'll do something else on Thursday. You get pictures of the finished thing? Yes. Probably on my Instagram, and then I'll post it on my Discord. But I do put most crafty stuff on my Instagram. I plan on at some point on doing one of those posts where like someone puts on their bits of clothing one bit at a time, you know, and does a picture in between each bit, but with my Victorian clothing. Yes, because my outfit will be complete. The undergarments less so, because I could do with making some new undergarments actually. I thought normal pants would be alright, but it turns out normal pants are not alright. Okay, that's looking neat enough. Which side is going on here? This side. Instagram, you don't know that there isn't a command. Socials is the one. There isn't a command for just Instagram, I'm afraid. Oh, this one's nice and neat. Lovely. So he's doing any trimming of that one. Okay, let's get her in. Psycho killer, qu'est-ce que c'est? Let's pin this end actually, and we'll work our way backwards, because this is, otherwise we're going to be off at the end, so we'll do it this way, in this direction. I still need to fix my or like, it's not really fix, more like finish off my Regency dress. I never washed it after the event because I needed to kind of finish it off first, otherwise it would all unravel in the wash. And that was over a year ago, so you know. You phased out an old product today at work, or rather I did, as I'm the only one finishing to take a product down. We also had a cake and champagne afterwards. Well, that's a bit nice, isn't it? Cake and champagne, blimey. Get in there. You all hated that product? I'm sure, but cake and champagne. There's so many things that I want to say, and I just haven't done any of them. I've been playing too many games instead, mostly randomizers. You guys know me, I love a randomizer. Obsessed with randomizers. A lot of the time in the evening, I'm testing out new randomizers to then do in streams. So, you know, if I'm not streaming randomizers, I'm then playing them. I've joined as the a randomizer in the Chrism in the Chrism Discord of as many unique games as possible. I do love a randomizer, it's true. It's true. Yeah, so more randomizers. That one as well. That one had some slot locks on it, so hopefully I won't have to do it on holiday. But one of the games is Hex Cells, because I can do that on my laptop. So I will take my laptop. How's that? That's pretty even spacing, I think. There's a little bit off here. And therefore now here also. I think just one panel is more curved than the other. That's how this happens generally. Okay. Let's start this end. Righty ho. Oh, my back's starting to hurt. So the sun's been gone in. My oh yeah, okay. My preview was had paused, so I just wanted to pause that so I can actually see what you guys are seeing. Not that it's very big on the screen. They could do with making it bigger. I think I did manage to do it one time, and I don't know how. Psycho killer. Qu'est-ce que c'est? Run, 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 run away. Right, this is where we need to already start easing. It's kind of easier. Oh, you see what I did there? If you start on the other side, but on the other end. Hey-ho. That's for people with foresight, and I don't have that, as we all know. I need to wear my Victorian dress to a circle up one night. I've got one tonight, but yeah. I have not got anything finished. It's also getting a bit warm. Luckily, where I'm going on Saturday, it will be by the sea, so it'll be somewhat colder. God, my way of easing is so awful. I really need to learn what magic my mother does. But as long as I've not got any plates, I'll be relatively happy. We don't want any accidental tucks or pleats. That's the goal. No. No, it's getting worse and I'm running out of room. Oh Lord, I'm just gonna have to feed it in a little bit, and it's gonna have to be a little bit wobbly wobbly, but without getting a tuck, please. That's a little bit better. It's a tad bit better. Going aggressive with it now. That'll be a tuck if I let that one go. Concentration mode. Activate. Oh, it's going to be a little bit off at the bottom. That's okay. Oh, it's going to be quite off at the bottom. I'm running out of room. Oof, oof, oof. It's not even close. Look at that. What a horribly off seam. Man, easing is so hard. Easing is ridiculous. I might want to redo it. Maybe. This one's not too bad. I don't understand why this one's alright and the other one's not. Oh well. Do you know how you could possibly fix it? You can't do any of this at all. Well, you probably could, but just not as you are. I'm a firm believer that anyone can sew. Alright, so now we have a skirt. If I put a clip in the back, my placket isn't falling very nicely. There we go. Skirt. So this means the pockets are going to be here. They're going to be quite fronty, but that's okay. I don't mind a fronty pocket. Whee! All right. Pocketsies. Pocketsies need zigzagging first. Oh, there's a random pin in here. That's a bit dodgy, isn't it? Get that out of here. Where pockets go? Here pockets? Yeah, here pockets. They are made of the lining fabric. This lining fabric frays really easily, so I'm going to possibly sew over the pockets together twice, just so that they don't come apart with stuff in them. So, but first off, yeah, pockets are more like pockets, am I right? Okay, so I'm going to zigzag all the edges. I think so. Where did the instructions go? I've made a bit of a mess. Oh, not there. Instructions on this one. You wanted to say pockets, didn't you? Okay, put pocket in place. So that side's going to be how's it gonna work? I'll trust the process. Oh yeah, we also want the pocket to be facing the front and not the back. This is a... Although the way they're doing it, it doesn't matter. You can't make that mistake. I think we probably want to just go around the whole thing with a zigzag. Yeah. You get told off for making magic. You make me sound like a right tyrant. Told off is not quite the right phrase. Sometimes, no, never. I'm never a tyrant, thank you. This is not going through very well. It's not great fabric to do this with, but it's worth doing. We'll just have to guide it through like this. I could have overlocked these, but whatever. Because at least they won't be like I won't be able to feel them really. But I would know. Streamer is a nice person. Good. That's more like it. What a horrible edge that is. But never mind. It doesn't matter. It doesn't need to be a nice edge. It just needs to be a not fraying edge. Because I'm getting too close to the edge. Not moving. Come on. Right, there we go. There is a different foot I could put on this to make it a bit better. With this slippery fabric. We didn't really need it on the other bits because we had the wool as well, which is really grippy, so it was quite a nice fabric to sew on. What's happening here? Right, there we go. Stream streak of 146. That is too much. But you're welcome for a comfy stream. That is what I do best, it seems, whether or not I want to. This really is a horrible, horrific mess, but it should work. Hold. Pocket on pocket. This is fine. Some people just relax, others. I guess so. I might need to change my foot over. I think that would be a good idea. Because this is not going through very well. Thanks to it being a slippery ass fabric. But hey ho, it should stop any nasty fraying, so that's the main point. That is why we are doing it. It's not very flat now, is the only problem, but with a press it would get flat again. Let's change the foot, I think, to a walking foot. Where's my feet? As it were. Do I have a walking foot in here? Wait, I don't. Oh no, this one's a walking foot, I think. No, that's not a walking foot. That's an invisible zip foot. Do I not have one? I thought I had a walking foot somewhere. I'm pretty sure I do. Oh, maybe it's in this bit. Are you in here? Mr. Walking Foot? No. bottom clip. I don't think it's in here either. What is this? Why can't anyone ever put this back the way they found it? No walking foot in there either, I don't think, unless it is... No, that's a button hole foot. So, okay, we'll carry on. It's a deep dive, it is. Oh god. What I might do is I might make the stitch length a bit longer. That might help. Okay. And we'll go a little bit further in potentially. Something like that. It does grip onto it a little bit better, being slightly further away from the edge, because the right feed dog can get onto it. Don't ask me why they're called feed dogs, they just are. Oops, I've gone too far. Yeah, we're going. We're going. Don't need no stinking cool foot for cool things. It is somewhat further away from the edge. But never mind. It's a little bit wacky and strange around the bend. So it's easier to do with a straight stitch, I'll tell you that. Around the bend. This is so much further from the edge. I hope it still like works as a non-fray thing. Otherwise I will have to overlock it if it starts fraying. Which I guess wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. Here's a bit of sewing trivia for you. Did you know that in America overlockers are called sergers? I don't know why it's different, but it is. There's a stark difference between the two, where the feed dogs have got it and it hasn't, you know? Kind of wild. Next. Ouch. That didn't actually hurt. I just said ouch. I do that a lot. Sometimes with like inanimate objects, you know? So they're like, ouch. Well, not inanimate, that doesn't make sense. And something like just doesn't hurt in the slightest. Oh, you know what's probably also changed things is making the stitch length a bit longer. So I can probably go a bit closer to the edge. What? What happened? What happened to my bobbin? It's all scrunched up my blooming fabric now. Hello, Mr. Bobbin. Oh my god, he's already empty. Good gracious. Oh well, here we go again. Hopefully it won't be as noisy this time because I've got a good mic on. Whoops, this way please. Okay. Might help if I wind it round the right way. Or white. Right, white, ray. What is happening? Stop! Just get on there. It's not winding. I don't know why. It's just coming undone. It's going round that way. So we need to go with it. Maybe I just need to wind some more around. There we go. It doesn't start out noisy. It gets pretty noisy once it gets going. Going to expect no, we're all good. All done. Oh, it would help if I put the ribbon thing the right way around, wouldn't it? I can't believe we already ran out of bobbin thread. I guess zigzagging does take up a lot more thread than straight stitch, unfortunately. Bit of a nuisance. Oh, whoa! Calm down, Mr. Bobbin. No. It's a comedy of errors. Why is it not picking it up? Honestly, Right, there we go. Right, where were we? It's not the time really to run out of bobbin thread. Never mind. I never knew curves would be so confusing when doing a ziggy-zaggy.